Hello, and welcome back to the Memory Arcade. I took Monday off because I had a really bad headache, but I'm glad to be back, glad to play more Batman in our October retrospective of pretty much, well, not all the Batman games, but many of them. If you hear some scratching in the back, it's one of the cats playing. We covered the earliest Batman games, the adaptations of the first movie, the first Tim Burton movie, adaptations of the second Tim Burton movie, and now we're taking a detour into TV land, specifically Batman the Animated Series. Retitled mid-series into The Adventures of Batman and Robin, I think, maybe, I'm not sure where. At some point it was the New Batman Adventures. Anyway, this animated series that first aired in 1992, and with its spin-offs, or I think the Batman animated series proper was last aired in 1999, and it basically created its own little universe, slapdash, in the 90s, way before Marvel even considered the MCU, in the sense that there was a Superman show, Superman the Animated Series, set in the same universe with the same art style by and large. There was Batman Beyond, which was a possible future for Gotham City, one generation down the road, where Bruce is an old man and he mentors a new Batman, Terry McGinnis. There was the Static Shock spin-off show that I have never watched, and the Zeta Project, and I'm looking at the Wikipedia list for it right now, and of course, eventually they made a Justice League show, which was really cool, and followed that up with basically also retitling that show after a couple seasons, called Justice League Unlimited. And that one just rocked, because it went from this entire shared universe. I think officially it's called the DC Animated Universe. Sometimes it's called the Diniverse because of Paul Dini, one of the creators of the original Batman show, and kind of a shepherd of subsequent projects. To just call this, we haven't really talked much about creators, right? Anyway, the Batman animated series was primarily conceived and produced by Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, and one Mitch Bryan. Anyway, Bruce Timm and Paul Dini and Alan Burnett are the big names that keep coming up. So just calling it the Diniverse is probably a little limiting, because those other folks, they worked hard on this and they created something beautiful together. Kind of like you cannot just boil down The Simpsons to Matt Groening. And this thing ran well over a decade across various networks, across various shows, but all within the same continuity, with maybe couple retcons here and there, I don't know. There were spin-off films, one of them even got a theatrical release, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and more recently there was a Batman Harley Quinn crossover movie that I quite liked, and apparently one of the recent direct-to-video Justice League movies was also still in that continuity. I haven't even seen that yet. Anyway, it was wildly influential because, and I think one reason for that is it got the characters just right. For many people, if you ask them who's your favorite Batman, you will get answers like, oh yeah, Michael Keaton or Christian Bale. But many will just go, yeah, Kevin Conroy, who has voiced Batman, Bruce Wayne, pretty consistently throughout all of this. And who's your favorite Joker? And that's where a lot of folks go, oh yeah, Mark Hamill. And in case you didn't know, Mark Hamill, yes, Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill, is one of the most often thought of and revered actors to ever portray the Joker, and he has done so for decades. He's really good at it, and my line reads for one of these games that has a bit of dialogue but no voice acting probably won't do him justice, but we'll get our Mark Hamill Joker dose at the end of this marathon with Arkham Asylum, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, those shows, they got the characters just right. Batman doesn't kill, but occasionally he struggles with the ramifications of that. He's very compassionate under the steely exterior, and very unemotive towards outsiders, but he cares. He absolutely cares. And there's one, I think it's a Justice League episode, but it also kind of caps off the Batman Beyond storyline. It's a bit of a... Anyway, there's one episode that is very frequently cited as one of the most heartbreaking moments, is when Batman is confronting a girl. I think her superhero name is Ace, and she has incredible psychic powers, but because the government accelerated the development of these powers, they're about to kill her. Not the government, her own powers are about to short out her brain. And it could be, and it is quite a possibility that that her death may create a shockwave that could kill a lot of innocent people in a large radius. And the hero who happens to be on hand is Batman, so he goes in there, and it's kind of implied that, or at the very least, the government folks, they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna kill her for us, right? You would be protecting a lot of people. And he confronts this young girl, and she's really just a kid. And he walks in there, and she can read his mind, and she's not worried at all, because she read his mind, and she knows he would never go that way. Not even just out of principle, but because he just hopes that she can pass peacefully enough, so that she wouldn't create that psychic shockwave. And there's this scene where they are in this psycho-distorted hellscape, but at the very center of it, she's just sitting on a swing set, like a playground. And then Batman sits down on the swing next to her. He doesn't swing, he just sits there quietly, sits there with her, because she doesn't want to be alone when it happens. And yeah, if that sounds like a tearjerker, it absolutely is. That's one of those scenes that it gets brought up. It's kind of obscure because not that many people, I guess, watch the Justice League show compared to the animated Batman show proper, but it usually gets brought up as like, if you want to get to the core of Batman and get one who isn't morally compromised, in the sense that, oh, he kills after all, like the Michael Keaton Batman, or maybe he should really start thinking about it, because leaving the Joker alive at some point may actually be the irresponsible thing to do. And then you have this scene, and it perfectly shows that killing is the easy way out. Trying something else That's the compassionate and the morally superior choice. And that went very deep and very emotionally intense there. But my point is, the animated series is highly regarded because it took a pop culture icon and gave it something that kids could watch on a Saturday morning and that adults could still enjoy, because it was one of those shows that kind of transcended generations in terms of its appeal, and it got the character just right. We're gonna start with the Super Nintendo game, because it's very close to the show and how the show feels. It has, here and there, it has a bit of a procedural feel. It's a little slower, it's a little less frantic than other interpretations, and the pace of the Super Nintendo game reflects that. Also made by Konami, so we're in for nice visuals and audio. And then we're gonna, after this, it's the Sega CD variation. And after this, the Mega Drive. I'll talk more later about the little details there. Let's see, what options do we have? Very forthcoming, just telling us at which intervals for the point system, I guess, you get more lives. We'll play with infinite lives, so it'll be fine. Amused to death. Master Bruce, we've picked up... Do I have to advance it? No. We've picked up a suspicious sounding broadcast. Okay, put it on the monitor. Hello, this is the Joker's channel. And now for an urgent message from the Joker himself. Here he is. Are you watching, Batman? I've prepared some very special attractions at the Gotham City Amusement Park just for all those good little boys and girls of Gotham City. Tomorrow should be a real scream, if you know what I mean. I must say, I feel a little self-conscious about going all in on the Joker voice. Well, everyone, thanks for watching the Joker channel. See you next time. Bye! Master Bruce, this is undoubtedly a trap of some kind. I know, Alfred, but I still have to go. I like how he just needed 4 minutes to change into escape. Quickly, prepare the Batmobile. Of course, Master Bruce. Anyway, so the base equipment that you always get is infinite batarangs and a grappling gun. And you can get stars and plastics explosives and smoke bombs and a flashlight and gas masks, X-ray goggles. Those are more like, I'm not sure if they... Oh, you can just take it all, huh? You know what? Let's just do that. There seems to be no disincentive other than maybe having to circle more through it. And look at that sprite work. Like, this is one of those Super Nintendo games that really caught my eye when I first saw it, because it really translates the visuals. And yeah, once again, side-scrolling brawler. but with a little more finesse. How? Hi there, Batman. Welcome to the Joker's fan house. This feels a little bit... oh, like a precursor to the... to Arkham, in the sense that... shit. Batman moves at a quite ponderous pace, but he's still very agile and very responsive, which is a good combination, because, yeah, I kind of feel that Batman needs to be able to move quickly, but also is himself more of a brawler and should probably feel a little heavier. Yeah. And this game does not directly adapt episodes from the show. I found you, Joker. Surrender quietly. Don't be silly, Batman. I've prepared some particularly nasty surprises for you. Oh, that's more like it. This machine is the greatest and last thrill of your life, Harley, if you would do the honors. Ah, way to go, Mr. J. Also, the animated series is the point of origin for one Harley Quinn. She was conceived for that show, and has since taken on a life of her own, has appeared in the comic books and various movies. Yeah, she's kind of a breakout star in that regard, and good for her. She's terrific. Her own show also very much feels like a good satirical dig at the I know it's tempting to just jump over, but I think I cannot. Okay, that was somewhat. Hey, let's see where the checkpoints take us. Oh, all the way back. Okay. To the Batcave? Nah. We can do this. Where was I? Yeah. If you are a fan of the franchise and haven't watched the Harley Quinn animated show that they've made for the last couple of years, treat yourself. It's very irreverent. Batman is a complete idiot in this show. Like, he's competent, but also a narcissistic blowhard. But it's just, if you can enjoy the stories and characters you love in a way that pokes a lot of fun at them, the show's absolutely for you. And it does go serious here and there. Like, some of the more emotional beats, they land. This mode 7 is amazing. This actually is really good. I think now, now you're actually supposed to. Really, we have to talk. You look has run out, Joker. Rats, you persistent pest. Say goodbye. And as usual, the Joker's not much of a fighter. Tough cookie, though. Oh, actually takes off, huh? I know you also fight. No green piece. Oh, I know you also fight Joker at the end of the game, but yeah. Okay, Alfred. I'm heading for the forest in the Gotham City suburban district. The forest? Recently, there has been an unusual increase in the number of trees in the area. Also, there have been reported sightings of bizarre plant life. If it gets out that this is the work of poison ivy, we'll have a major panic on our hands. I believe you're correct. Good luck, sir. Oh, actually a little restricted in our... the things we can take. Why is it? Why is it I can only use the batarang in this? What a weird choice. It's kind of like the Batman Returns game. Put you through these levels, but this one also let you punch. Really? 3 in a row? So the battering can only stun folks and not take them out of commission permanently. Hence, only being able to stun Ivy's hench ladies. Is this some sexist thing? Are we not, you know, Batman doesn't hit girls? Girl, yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Goodbye. Could you climb? Bruce, I need you to work with me here. There we go. Sure. This fucking jump has tripped me off for several decades. Okay. Oh. Whoop. I think that's a refresher for our... And now with spikes. No, not yet. Wow, that transparency effect was really taxing on the poor Super Nintendo. Hot damn. Like I said, it doesn't fully adapt episodes, but it kind of takes bits and pieces from individual bits. Like, I think this spike trap, for instance, was one in a Poison Ivy episode. Why are you doing this, Poison Ivy? The human world doesn't understand the feelings of the plant world, so I'll teach you. Don't really remember how Poison Ivy sounded on the animated series. It's true that destruction of the environment is a tragedy. A tragedy? Okay, but it's wrong of you to threaten the human world. I don't care about the human world, but you just wanted to teach us. I'm probably gonna eat a death here. Tragedy kind of sounds like something we have no hand in. Kind of a weird use of the word for a guy who's defined by tragedy. Riveting. God damn, 3 times over my head. Oh, now I'm supposed to move. Yeah, no, that gas does nothing except kill the frame rate. Damn. Okay. Let's not rewind the whole time, that's kind of cheap. I should really only use that on cheap one-hit kills. We have a short-range KO spray? That's the lamest bad weapon I can think of. just draw your attention to the gorgeous sprite work on display here. Like, the animation of that thing are not super varied, but damn it if it's not well rendered. Feel this boss could have been more fun later into the game. Like, this boss is visually pretty cool, and I think it would benefit from a more varied moveset, which would also make it harder. So maybe it's a little early to drop this on the player. God damn it, how many batterings does this thing take? He said before the final hit. Quack, quack. Batman, it's an emergency. There's been a break-in at the Gotham City Museum. It appears that it's the work of a large gang. Okay, Robin, meet me at the museum. I'll need your help. I'll leave it to me, Batman. Mr. Bruce, make sure you have all of your equipment. There may be some power outages. Thanks, Alfred. I like how the color palette changes for of the sprite changes based on the lights. Okay, they're splitting up to cover more ground that way, and this level is a lot of fun because this one takes pains to make this. Yes, we're shining out of our bat symbol. Because in this one it becomes a little bit of an adventure game. What happened? Pull yourself together. Thanks, Batman. We were attacked by some kind of bird-like thing. Please, help the rest of the staff. There's an elevator down the middle corridor. Go down to the security room in the basement. Nice use of parallax scrolling. I'm so curious about that spray. Yeah, of course, he talked about the basement. Yeah, this is pretty cool. You're investigating a case. You're freeing hostages, you're kind of piecing stuff together. I mean, the intro screen more or less told us it's Penguin. But yeah, it's a little bit mysterious, and I appreciate that. It's not just your straightforward brawler. And also in this regard, this feels kind of like Arkham Asylum many years later. That there's more to Batman than just beating up bad guys. All of a sudden, this guy burst into the room. He knocked me out and must have stolen my master key. How many people are still in the building? There should be the curator and 4 other workers. Batman, I found the curator. Batman, take this master key. You will be able to open most every door in the museum. We can use this to get a rough idea of the location of the others. Use the intercom to stay in contact with us. Batman, it looks like there's someone in Block A on the first floor, someone in Block A in the basement. You're in Block B in the basement. Oh, suddenly we have criminals. But criminals means that... Okay, so they get tired and lay down. And after a second or so they get back up again. What a great item. I wish they had just given us the key without having to use it as an item. As in, yeah, you have clearance now. No. Oh, you can open this. Thanks, Batman. Shit like that never gets old. Okay. Robin, where to next? Batman? It looks like there's someone in Block A in the basement, and you're on Block A on the first floor. Oh, directions actually matter in this one. It just took me to Block B, didn't it? No. Batman. Hello, how are you? Robin, we've rescued all of them. You'd better get back here. It seems that guy was the Penguin. Only he would send a giant bird to a museum. That's right, he was after the artwork being displayed on the second floor. But it's okay, his master key doesn't open that room. That room has a combination lock. You can't get in unless you have the 4-digit combination. Hold on, I'll ask the curator for the combination. Yeah, do it over the intercom, Robin. Real smart. Robin, what's wrong? What happened? Well, if it isn't Batman, please excuse the rudeness, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Penguin. Hang in there, Robin. So sorry, Batman. He took the curator with him. Don't worry, I'll rescue him. Batman, it looks like the curator is in Block A on the first floor, and you're on Block B. Are you okay? Thank you, Batman. They're going after the display on the second floor. You've got to stop them. The secret combination is 6345. I'm gonna note that down just in case just in case it's randomized. Penguin, this is the end of the line. You're always interrupting at the wrong time. I think I'll feed you to him. And now we get to punch a condor? I guess it's supposed to be a condor? With a terrific moveset, as you can see. It's over. Give up, Penguin. Oh, but you're so wrong. Let me show you my latest invention. Ah, right. That was a thing in one of the episodes. Huh. Not to self, he can stab you. Even when you're crouched. Oh, in boss fight mode, where we're always facing the boss. That's neat. I dislike how his launch already hurts you. Seems a little unfair. But then I'm also not really doing a good job dodging all the other attacks right now. Oh, there we go. But yeah, that was stage 3. Tale of the Cat. Alfred, I'm going to go into the city to make sure everything is okay. That's a good idea, sir. I've got a feeling that something is going to happen tonight. Please be careful, Master Bruce. look what the cat dragged in. Just random breaking and entering. What are you doing here, Catwoman? Batman, stay out of this. I can turn my back while you commit a crime. Don't get in my way. Wow, we're fighting right away? Well, they... Just walking up to an enemy grabs them, so sometimes it's really hard for her to... it's really hard to not do that. Like so. You're very good. Selena, we should stop meeting like this. Whew. They really wanted me to do that, huh? Do you think you're taking this a bit too far? You thought you were going to make a clean break, huh? Clean break, huh? Isn't a clean break like the other thing, like turning over a new leaf? And we got killed by, what was that brand? By generic Gotham City. Board. Oh, the poor frame rate on those really nice lighting effects. Bless you, Super Nintendo. This looks really terrific for the time. Well, let's finish this now. Okay, come on. I mean, it's not even a joke at this point. Like, this already felt like foreplay in the 90s, and it has been just that in the comics since, so yeah. Gotta say, one of the few designs that I'm not terribly fond of is Catwoman's in any animated series. Also one of the few characters who just looks better in the new Batman Adventures redesigns. Like the Joker looks like shit in those episodes, but the old black suit for Catwoman really works. I mean, it's also that simple. Although I have to say I do prefer Batman's look in the basic episodes. Like I'm talking about redesigns that were for like the final season of the show, where they tightened the art style here and there, and also gave several characters a costume makeover. And like I said, Joker looks really crappy in that one. They gave him these weird beady little eyes that kind of downplay how terrifying he can be. I mean, Mark Hamill still did a good job. I think those are also the episodes that, where they did an adaptation of Mad Love, which is kind of Harley's origin story. And yeah, the designs work fine in any event. It's just a matter of preference. And for that season, Batman, they kind of took the color out. Like he just has the bat symbol in black on gray on his chest, and the belt is very desaturated, and all the blues are gone from his cape. And I suppose that's the kind of design that I would have preferred as a teenager. But I do appreciate that in this show there are elements of color. And his cape is essentially dark blue, not black. But they do so much with light in that show that it really doesn't matter. They want to render him pitch black and basically just a shadow. The art style always provides that, but if you want to humanize him a little more, you can do that with light, where his costume comes across as a little more colorful, a little closer to, say, the Adam West Batman, and that's okay. Like I mentioned at the beginning, that this Batman has a ton of emotional range, and that's what made the show so good. Also, it's worth noting, the Batman animated series was painted on black foils. Like normally you would think, okay, they would render it on white paper, or you know, transparent foil. But no, this show was so fucking badass. It was rendered completely on black backgrounds. I think we have the obligatory Batmobile level. Okay, Max, let's go. This is Summer Gleason. There has been a robbery at the Gotham City Bank. Wouldn't you say it's the Second National Bank or something? The robbers left the scene by car. Unconfirmed reports that the ringleader is none other than the infamous Two-Face. We'll go after them in the Batmobile. If it looks a little stiff in the controls, it's because it is. Oh, Jesus. Ah. it's hardly the worst incarnation of the Batmobile in games, but yeah, by the end of the marathon I'll probably still be calling it the fucking car. Because more often than not these sequences are not super great. I do love the very clean pixel art on everything here. That I enjoy. Kind of a Micro Machines vibe. Of course there's a time limit. I mean, we're giving chase to some robbers, so of course there would be a time limit, but... It's difficult to describe what makes these controls weird. I guess because when I press left, you know, if I just tap the D-pad on the left, it maintains that angle. It's not like a like it doesn't pivot back. We have brakes. Oh, that's good to know. Let's see if I can actually be a little bit spectacular. I mean, that didn't look great, but it worked. Oh, Jesus. I also love how the car still has twin machine guns as kind of a holdover from the Tim Burton era. Like, I'm not sure if the animated Batmobile was fitted with guns at all. God, these controls honk. Excuse me while I check my cheat menu. There's one that supposedly makes the Batmobile faster. That's a strange kind of speed. Oh, this one breaks the level. Broke it pretty hard too. It's stuck. Like I can get free, but god damn, the hitboxes in this are not helping. First try. Never didn't have it. Batman, let's hurry. Okay, come on. Oh, wait, now the track turns in a more amicable manner. Oh, this is way easier. Well, actually, you could have turned the track the whole time. Which is true. I mean, the Super Nintendo was known for this kind of effect. By the way, these are all enemy cars, right? They are not shooting at some randos. Found them. There he is. Good. Hold on tight. You fool, my incompetent driving completely tricked you. Oh, I can go on my round against half. Yeah, I dropped the save state right at the beginning of the shootout because I can't be asked to do any more driving. Could you just pick a gear and stay in it? I mean, yeah, I know he wants me to overtake him so he can shoot at me, but honestly, screw that. And I guess we kill Harvey Dent. Oh, Perchance to Scream. Was an episode on the show called Perchance to Dream. This is Summer Gleason. I'm standing here in front of the reception hall where a party is being held in honor of the Gotham State University's professors. There's a great sense of uneasiness here due to the presence of a large blimp in the sky. It's Gotham summer. Just what is this mysterious blimp? This must be the work of Scarecrow. How do you infer? What do you mean, sir? He's got a grudge against the university. He's been planning his revenge, and now he's going to use that blimp for one of his gruesome experiments. Gruesome experiments? Yes, one whiff and even the most upright citizen can be turned into a criminal. I mean, that's not really how it works. He plants a spirit. Whatever. Well done. Please be careful, Master Bruce. Okay, so we want the gas mask because it's the Scarecrow level. And just to make sure, we'll just take everything. Anyway, I need a bathroom break, so I'll be back in a few. back. So, this is the Scarecrow level, the spooky one, but it is October, it's kind of the point. Actually, don't quite remember how spooky this was. Everybody get out of here! Scarecrow is on his way. You're too late, Batman. Now they see you as the enemy. Unfortunately, you can't hit innocent people, can you? I mean... Oh, that's clever. Dude, really rethinking the whole not hitting innocents thing. I'm gonna call bullshit on that hitbox. I mean, I get it, development constraints and all that, but you have this gorgeous sprite work. You couldn't find a variant with a gas mask? Or, you know, make one real quick? Of the goons, I mean, and even of Batman. Like, I think a sprite changing when you put on the gas mask item would kinda add to the whole experience a little. Come on. Blimp. It's just a fun word to say. Blimp. Ah, Batman, it's me, Robin. Yeah, well, if anyone else besides you or Alfred was steering this plane, I would be deeply concerned. The Batman cannot get close enough to the blimp. You will have to use your grappling hook to get aboard. I know you can do it. But of course. Wow. Feeling really cocky, Bruce, huh? At least make the balloons Halloween themed. But honestly, as much as I enjoy the occasional shoot 'em up sequence, this is a nice twist on the, yeah, we could have had another vehicle section here, but how about you just stand on the plane and we'll do it that way. Of course, this blimp is also 1 million miles long. It's a point dispenser. Okay, but why can't Batman go in there? That's what he would do, right? Oh dear. Is it already time for inadvisable? At least the checkpoint's right there. Because this is kind of like a prototype QuickTime event. Because the moment you hit a diagonal, it's wow, and turning me around too. Okay, where was my follow-up to that? I was just gonna die the moment I let go, right? Like, it's a cool idea gameplay-wise, but can you imagine losing all your lives on this? We'll get through this. Like, I've beaten this game as a kid a couple of times, but it's not easy. Because you kinda wanna make sure you got those continues. Also, one of my favorite little things about this clearly gas-powered grappling hook is that we've never seen, I don't think in the entire show, Batman recharge it. Like, there's no recharge station or little gas pellets he puts into the thing. It just works. Unbelievable. This game has so many high points, especially in the gameplay department. I would say this is easily the best Batman game we've played so far. But shit like this is... Okay, I guess. I'll take it. Also, why are you all still here? Why are you not evacuating Oh, really neat effect with... Get by, Batman! Scarecrow, wait! I caught up with you, Scarecrow. You again? You're always interfering with my plans. I won't forgive you again. Has Crane ever forgiven us? Won't forgive you either. Is there some history here that we're not aware of? Oh yeah. No shortage of spectacle in this game. I just remembered we should probably use some of our cool items, huh? You know, like the literal grenades that we have. Maybe not. We shouldn't point a flashlight at him. I do like how we have to use different patterns of evasion depending on the angle of the plane. That's pretty clever. I'll get you someday, Scarecrow. Can't grab him. But then again, I feel if there's one enemy in the Batman canon that you really don't want to grab around the neck, it's Scarecrow. Like, when Crane really gets into his shit, you aren't sure if he still showers, and you know, hay comes out of everything. Maybe Batman is allergic, and of course there might be his mask may be booby-trapped with the fear gas, you know, all that jazz. Jonathan Crane is just deeply unpleasant in many ways. Cillian Murphy did a good job portraying him. Like, it wasn't quite this kind of Scarecrow, like all out with the costume and that, but quite like that that the Batman Begins Scarecrow. May have suffered from a little bit too much realism, because, you know, it was a Chris Nolan Batman movie. But at the same time, they had a great actor who really sold you on just how fucked up that guy is. Also, not really sure what exactly is Scarecrow's plan. Like, or original Arisen Data. Was the idea to create something that would make people completely fearless, and in doing so he created his fear gas to, I guess, because psychologically overcoming fears has a lot to do with confronting them. And so I guess there, at least in some interpretations, there's probably a you know, sympathetic core to Crane's pursuits. But yeah, he's very often portrayed as someone who's already so far gone, who really only does what he does because he's a sadist, and he enjoys inflicting pain and fear on others. And in some versions, he's so out of touch with reality that he only speaks in nursery rhymes. Like, I'm not sure if that was just a tick he had in the Jeff Loeb miniseries, but yeah, like really spooky Mother Goose style nursery rhymes. And I think there's even a scene where Scarecrow and Mad Hatter communicate, and Scarecrow only talks in creepy nursery rhymes, whereas Mad Hatter only speaks in quotes from Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass. But somehow they're able to talk to each other. It's quite a thing. Riddle me this. This might be my favorite stage in this game. Batman, how are you? The other day I presented a completed version of my Maze of the Minotaur cyberspace game to the police department, but somehow the police commissioner's daughter seems to have become lost in it. It appears that you will be in there forever, unless you think that you are clever enough to solve my little labyrinth. Do you care to give it a try? I'll use this computer to network with the one at the police station. I should be able to access Maze of the Minotaur from here. So this is pretty much so this is pretty much a mashup of the two main Riddler episodes in the animated show. One is about in this version, Edward Nygma is a computer programmer who made a game for a video game company, and they kind of, yeah, they didn't credit him, or they fired him, and he didn't own any of the intellectual property, and well, the whole thing winds up in a showdown in a amusement park style of the game. And the later one is about virtual reality, where Batman and Gordon are trapped in, yeah, kind of a VR maze. And this seems to be like a mashup of this. Welcome, Batman, to my own private cyberspace. Welcome to the Maze of the Minotaur. If you can solve the riddles of this maze, I will free Police Commissioner Gordon and Barbara. Good luck. You'll need it. I like how the goons here de-pixel. Ooh, look at us. We're fancy. And yeah, the whole thing is modeled after those two episodes. And as you can see, we have once again a non-linear level where we have to explore the whole thing bit by bit. No pun intended. Also just a really cute understanding of VR and cyberspace. Oh, the wasteland is a... I think it's just a dead end. I really have to remember some of the play on words and little caveats of huh, well, look at that. It's kind of shocking how this game does a better job at navigating and keeping track of your movement than some games that are all about maze exploration. Very well then, riddle me this, Batman. What is the shortest distance between a point in Nome, Alaska, and a point in Miami, Florida? A curve, because it's on a globe. Very good, but it's easy once you realize the Earth is round. Choose a key. This was a music puzzle. I think it was a C key. That's right, in music the C key has no sharps, the A has 3 and the D has 2. You're putting up quite a good fight. That was me just trying to remember which one Batman and Robin picked in the show. So... I'll check this one before. I think Eddie... Oh, this is clever. The map goes away when you're in X-ray mode. This way you don't just keep it on all the time. You know, like that complementary view mode in a certain other Batman game. And yeah, I'll strive to not use detective mode so much in Arkham Asylum. Tricky. Who can you trust in this world? Is he gonna pull this twice? Could you really use a power up? This is the final riddle. I have billions of eyes, yet I live in the darkness. I've millions of ears, yet only 4 lobes. I've no muscles, yet I rule 2 hemispheres. What am I? The human brain. It has billions of optic and auditory nerves, 4 lobes and 2 hemispheres, and it is the only thing Edward Nygma respects. Curses, I'm impressed. Manitou, show them your power. Yeah. Do I just respawn at the fight? Really? In the fucking wasteland? That's harsh. Sorry, I gotta cheese this one. I'm not walking over there again from the wasteland. My time and euros is too precious for that. Well, you've made it this far. But everything before was just a test. The real game begins now. Right. I'd forgotten about this. How about a relaxing game of chess? Anything you do is just a waste of time. Okay. We do get a checkpoint. We get a proper checkpoint this time. Okay. I'll present you with something I think you'll get a real charge from. I mentioned that I find Edward Nygma to be a really, really unpleasant person. I mean, the Riddler is absolutely a fun villain. God, he's aggravating. Why, you forced me to show you what's up my sleeve. You're ready? Then come here and fight. Oh, they're vulnerable in motion. Okay, I can work with that. Was that an instant death just from being pushed off screen? Oh, by getting pancaked. I mean, to be fair, you only get one life in chess. This game has a taste for instant deaths, huh? I guess that takes care of the Riddler. The Gauntlet. I believe that's the final stage. Batman, something terrible has happened. The Joker has escaped with the others from Arkham Asylum. They want you to meet them at the old warehouse by Gotham Harbor. I'm sure there's only one old warehouse in Gotham Harbor. This is serious. They're trying to lure you into a trap, maybe, but I can't let them get away. I suppose not. Best of luck, Batman. Yeah, don't help me with the police or anything. Okay, let's keep it simple. Very stupid of you to show your face again, Batman. I'm going to pay you back for all the grief you've given me. Think I'll send you your bird back to its nest. Scream! Oh, I can't even roll away from him because it's in boss mode. I always face him. That honks. Anyway, that... Really? Crane again. Oh, I'll give you a big dose of my special gas. Should learn some new tricks, Scarecrow. Is this a little bit of a boss rush, but only insofar as they're they've kind of reduced the difficulty because some environmental hazards are no longer present, like the helicopter and the penguin fight, which I guess we now have to do again. Ugh. I like the fact that it's a boomerang sometimes comes into play. Also, Crane, could you just drop? That one's on me. Seriously? Good grief. Sure, spam that move that I have really real trouble. Oh, there's a block. He said in the final level. Not sure that's terribly effective. Let's take a dive here. I think it takes chip damage, but not too much. See, I saved before Scarecrow previously, so let's use this. Okay, this time I should probably stay away from the wall. Batman, I will smash you. I won't let anyone stand in my way. Clayface, you really think you can beat me so easily? I mean, he would be the one, right? Ugh. Oh. I mean, the stage is called the Gauntlet, but a little health pickup here would have gone a long way in terms of... Made it with a shred of health. Sure, that'll be enough. Also, this is not a warehouse, it's a construction site. Catwoman, why are you here? Batman, I don't want to fight you, but I won't let anyone stand in my way. What? Let's just say this is a fun adaptation of a really good series, but it hardly reflects the thoughtful writing of the original. I'll put you to rest here. Man-Bat doesn't talk. The pattern here is kind of poopy. You know what? No, I don't want to fight Catwoman again. I hope these are stronger than regular. So I know it's really hard to get the Man-Bat screech just right. But I do know it doesn't sound like a crow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce your favorite and mine, the one and only Joker. Sorry to keep you waiting. Today I'd like to bring to you, Batsy, some good old-fashioned pain. Are you ready? Surrender before it's too late, Joker. And we immediately go down, which is okay. Is it? Oh, please tell me we're not back at the... We're back at the Catwoman fight, aren't we? I mean, it's called the Gauntlet, but still, Jesus. All the other levels were so reasonable with their checkpoints. Okay. We are going back into the cheat engine. And I like some infinite health. And infinite stars. I'll put you to rest here. It's sad, I guess. Wouldn't it be super devastating if I hit with... Oh yeah, apparently that's like a double hit. I mean, this fight, to the credit of this fight, the moveset is a little tricky, but predictable enough. And... oh... is that a thing that the bomb could always do? But, or is it just because Man-Bat's hearing is so acute that it doesn't really matter where I hit? Anyway. And for my next trick, I'm gonna disable the cheats I just got punched in again. Because I just really want to do that fight, simply with a proper checkpoint. Yada yada, Word of Pain. Let's go over that one again, huh? Right, you punch him in the shins. And honestly, if you came at a guy on a jetpack and he just socked you in the chin so bad, wouldn't that be the worst? You've unlocked the wonder of human flight and he just basically gave you the equivalent of... oh right, there wasn't really much to this boss fight. And he just gave you the equivalent of running into the table. I don't know how I got these scars. No, but I know how you got these. The stunt animations of all the bosses give me joy. I just realized the Joker theme from the show is in there. Shirley Walker did so much wonderful music. I mean, she's often credited alone. There were several composers working on the show, and the main theme obviously is a variation on Danny Elfman's Batman theme. But yeah, Shirley Walker did much of the work on the show, and she's also no longer with us. I think she died some time ago. Congratulations, Master Bruce. I knew you'd be victorious. I'm sure those villains won't be so foolish as to try again. If I may say so, sir, it seems things were too easy for you. Perhaps you can think of another way to challenge yourself? Yes, I know, Alfred. I can stop now. I can never rest until justice is served. But yeah, Harley gets her own little... Even though she didn't really have a boss fight in this one. Yeah. Where was I? Music. Yeah. No, this soundtrack actually adapts quite a few of the themes, like obviously the main theme and some of the level themes are just background or character themes. And and the Batman animated series also had like 10 minutes of original score on average per episode. And that's significant for an animated show made in the early 90s, that they actually got to work with an orchestra for basically half the duration of the entire runtime. And the first season had 60 episodes alone, because seasons were different and weird back then. And they didn't have to use canned audio clips the whole time, but could actually score each episode with, you know, with the atmosphere and excitement and variation that each story deserved. And if you compare it to another show that I really love dearly, but that wasn't so lucky in the music production department, Gargoyles. If you listen to Gargoyles, the same clips... Oh, that was me touching on the rewind. But if you listen to the Gargoyles soundtrack or just watch a few episodes, the same clips of music are reused over and over and over again to good effect, and it is good music. But it just highlights just how exceptional the work on the Batman show was, by contrast. I wonder if they're gonna credit any of the original composers here. Wow, that's a lot of folks to just do sound effects and music. What cleanup entails here, if that was like going into all the animation frames, or if it was just an euphemism for QA. Anyway, that was Batman, the animated series, or The Adventures of Batman Robin, on the Super Nintendo, made by Konami. There's 2 more games that I want to play. I'm not sure if I You know what? For the moment, let's soldier on. The next one that I wanna show you is the Sega CD version. And, you know, you have a terrific animated show, and you have a console that allows you to, you know, now challenge hard mode. And you have a console that allows the use of full motion videos, so why not combine those two things? And indeed, this Sega CD version doesn't just have footage from the animated series. There is original footage that was produced just for this game, so that's exciting, right? Well, let's see how exciting. There is a caveat, and it's a big one, and it's probably one of the reasons we won't spend a whole lot of time on this one. I mean, if you squint really hard, it... Batteries? Ah, turbines. Bullshit, this thing runs on batteries. You can't tell me that this runs on electric in the early 90s or whatever. Nebulous time period this show is to be set in. I didn't even talk about the whole okay, and here's the problem. And it's a car game. Again. Let me restart. There should be options, right? To like a difficulty setting, anything. Because I would very much like to make use of that. Oh god, does it really not have any kind of difficulty setting? Yeah, we won't be here long, because I've tried beating this. Not the civilians, Batman! Holy collateral damage. But yeah, my nemesis, the fucking car, returns with a vengeance in this one. And that's really all this is. It is a somewhat interesting looking Batmobile simulator tied together with animated sequences, which, you know, on paper this looks good, but as you can already see, it doesn't control super well. Guess we just made it in time. It starts with a "don't hit the civilians." sequence right off the bat, which, you know, is just... it's just peachy. And I've tried getting cheats to work with this damn thing for infinite lives or infinite time and whatnot. No dice. Yeah. Okay, so briefly, while I try to make the best out of this, I didn't even talk about the whole Art Deco conceit, because when they made this show in the early 90s, they were like, what if we give this show a strange out-of-time look, where it kind of looks like it's maybe set in the 50s, but there's also like genetic, like gene splicing and computers. Let's pause. And all that kind of jazz. And yeah, apparently we're chasing poison ivy. I would hope so, otherwise this would be oddly more terrifying. Yeah, I'm sure the car will be fine. Or not. And yeah, this controls worse than the Batman Returns game, which already was not great. It doesn't look particularly cool. Like, sure, they got the visuals down, and the color palette and all that. Like, I know GTA games are maybe playing it a little too loose with the structural integrity of street lanterns, but could we just agree that the Batmobile would probably not bounce off of them? I'm not even gonna front, this is miserable, and I would love to see at least a little bit of the animation, but it's a really shitty game, and I'm not enjoying it in the least. However, Sega redeemed itself in the weirdest way. With this kind of off-brand looking, certainly off-brand sounding adaptation of the show. It's one of my first games as a kid. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a Sega kid. I was more Camp Nintendo, but I always had a soft spot for this one. So this game is very different from the one on Super Nintendo that we just played. Oh, that's the company. I thought, what kind of Joker gadget is that? But yeah, it has a completely original soundtrack that has nothing to do with the show, which is fine because this soundtrack is a banger. Yeah, I'm not gonna even attempt, like, I'm gonna play it with like 10 lives per continue, and if that doesn't do the trick, I'll just cram more cheat codes in and see how far we can get today. It is quite hard. It's kind of like a Contra game, because Batman's primary attack are once again, weirdly, his batarangs in a strange rapid-fire kind of fashion. Yeah. Credits. I think we should also have infinite credits, so that's good. I feel almost bad for not picking Robin here, because it's one of the few games where we get to pick him, but let's just go with Batman. And level 1. Happy birthday to me. Yeah, but if you think that, wow, Batman has a really solid throwing arm in this, you would be right. And yeah, it's kind of like Contra. But, and the graphics are a little, well, the sprite work is maybe not as impressive as on the Super Nintendo and all that, but this game makes really good use of the Genesis limited color palette. Like, remember that Batman Returns game that we played on a last stream that looked like absolute dog shit? Whereas here everything is clean and defined and makes really good use of relatively uniform surfaces. While still using gradients, interestingly enough. I think gameplay in this is simplistic. It is simpler. But yeah, it's a very different game. But still, and while some of the sprites even look a little different from the show, the overall design, aesthetic, and such still jives with the show, and it creates this strange, this is a super interesting adaptation, I find, because it's, on one hand, it's kind of very different and very deliberately different from what it is an adaptation of, but also all the things it does very differently, it does with confidence and with a lot of charm and charisma. Like I said, it does not use the music from the show, but this almost apocalyptic droning vibe, it works really well with the Genesis sound chip, and also just really gets you pumped for this very fast action game. And yeah. And there's boss fights in this game that are a lot of fun. There's areas in this game that look like they shouldn't be possible on the Genesis, but they still did them with great use of color and perspective. And so you can see the perspective here is also a little wonky, like the houses are kind of falling out towards the player, but it creates a little bit of claustrophobia. But yeah, somehow this all works. Like on paper, if you describe the elements of this game to me, I would be like, oh, you wanna make the animated series, but you're not gonna use any of the music, and the sprites will sometimes look a little off-brand, and your primary attack methods are rapid-fire batarangs. I would be like, dude, just make a different game. But this works. Am I straight up invulnerable? Did I... No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, I guess I am. You know what? This is a pretty tough game, so... although I kinda also wanna give you at least an idea of how difficult this game is, so... through a set of cheat codes, similar to action replay codes, where a certain part of the game's memory is constantly overwritten with one particular number that we want. Let's get rid of infinite health. Just to give you an idea how fast or slow you can die in this game, depending on... And yeah, the fun thing is, and this is all one button, if Batman is in punching range, he will punch and kick as if his life depended on it. And indeed it does depend on it. But... And it's Harley. Harley gets her own boss fight in this game, rather than just introducing the Joker a couple times, which is great. As a Harley Quinn fan, I approve. But yeah, it's one of those strange adaptations where you're not sure if they were just working on a different game and then someone was like, hey, I can get us a Batman license. Can we retrofit the stuff we're already working on? But I have to believe that this was actually made with Batman in mind, because otherwise they would have... Like, a couple of the games we played so far seemed very random and strange in terms of just how much Batman there really is in there, especially gameplay-wise. And there she goes. He looks very, very threatening there. But with this one, yeah, I'm not sure. what is there left to say about the show? I suppose I could recommend a handful of episodes that are really, really good. Although I struggle, like, I know the show very well, but don't ask me for episode titles. Like, I know that the one that won a Grammy and is just generally lauded as one of the really, really good ones is titled Heart of Ice. You know, the Mr. Freeze introductory episode. There's a Grammy, Emmy. The TV prize, not the other one. Heart of Ice is very good. Mad Love, obviously, which features Harley Quinn's origin story. The two Riddler-focused episodes, again, no idea what the names of those are, but they are fun. Just because it really shows different facets of Batman. Not just as the brawler, but also, you know, the guy who can take on the Riddler intellectually. There's a double episode that introduces Ra's al Ghul. I think Talia is in a different episode earlier, so they already meet, but I'm not sure if they already, like, get it on. Like, I don't quite remember if Talia and Bruce whether they ever make it explicit how close Talia and Batman get. But I think she quite consistently calls him her beloved, so... And Harley is back. God, how are you supposed to get anywhere in this game? But yeah, the Ra's al Ghul thing is really cool, because at first Robin and Talia have been kidnapped, ostensibly, and Ra's al Ghul approaches Batman as with an offer of cooperation. So they take a little trip around the world and try to free those kids. Well, kids in heavy quotation marks when it comes to Talia. And the double episode does a really good job at showing off that Ra's al Ghul was invented because Bond movies were really popular in the 60s and 70s. And so they wanted to have basically Ra's al Ghul is a Bond villain created for Batman to fight with his I'm gonna cleanse the world of humanity crazy ambition, and Ra's al Ghul centric stories are also very globe-trotting. They have this whole go to exotic places and see the world kind of feel that you get in a Bond story as well. But yeah, that was kind of the reason Ra's al Ghul was created, and that double episode, I mean, they go to India, they go to some desert for the finale. Anyway, they go to a bunch of places, and it's really cool and different, and a nice break from, you know, your regular Gotham City. Aww. Your regular Gotham City type of adventure. And of course, Ra's al Ghul was actually the guy who kidnapped, or pretended to kidnap his own daughter and kidnapped Robin, because he wanted to test Batman, because he needs an heir, yada yada yada. The classic story, and of course it ends with both of them fighting with swords in the desert, shirtless, because for some reason that's a really popular staple of their confrontations. And yeah, if you've watched the CW show Arrow, pretty much all the shit that Batman ever had to deal with when it comes to Ra's al Ghul and the League of Shadows and all that, they adapted all of that for Green Arrow. Yeah, so again, really good episode. There's one that I like, where where Penguin reforms and tries to go straight, and some members of polite society kinda think it would be fun to make him think. Like this is, it feels like a cruel high school prank what they are trying to pull on him, essentially. They make him think that they accept him into their social circle, just so they can make fun of him behind his back, because to them, Penguin is just this grotesque little, slightly deformed, chubby little guy. And of course, it ends the way these stories end. Don't poke the bear, don't mess with Gotham supervillains if you're not prepared to get kidnapped and potentially killed. But yeah, it's one of the sadder episodes, because Penguin is really trying to reform in this one, and it won't stick. There's a similar one for Harley Quinn that just has a very different vibe, where Harley is fresh out of Arkham. And I think all she wants is to buy a dress that she likes, and she has the money and everything. But some person, I don't know, whether it's the store owner, I think they forget to take off the tag of the dress in the department store where she buys it, and the alarm goes off, and Harley reacts the way that is, in a way that is not entirely surprising, which is that she thinks, oh, they're setting her up to take her back to the Slammer, and a chase ensues that probably devastates a good part of Gotham streets. Because you got the cops, you got Harley with some hostage she takes, there's Batman, there's a bunch of criminals who have unfinished business with Harley because she is that kind of anti-hero sometimes. And the whole thing just, yeah, ends with her back in custody. But it ends on a lighter note, because Batman and the person Harley took hostage, they see her situation, and they're like, yeah, you're back in Arkham, but we'll put a good word in with the parole board and everything, and you'll be out sooner rather than later. I think that the episode ends with Harley smooching Batman, because he is a nice man after all. And yeah, it's just really sweet. There's a lot of humor. I don't know if I think the hyenas are in that episode. Anyway, get yourself a streaming service that has the show and an episode list to figure out what the hell whatever episodes I was talking about, and yeah, take a look, because the show also really just holds up. A two-sided story. What I appreciate in this game, and what the Super Nintendo version for some reason couldn't be asked to do, the henchmen all look appropriate to the villain that they are working for. So we just fought a bunch of clowns, of course, and Two-Face thugs always look like old-timey mafia dudes. I like that there's already a bit more focus on brawling, because, you know, these guys are a little tougher and they actually approach you without projectiles. And wow, look who it is. We didn't really get to fight Two-Face in the previous game, so that's nice. Of course, there's also a double episode. How could there not be? That chronicles Harvey Dent's transformation into Two-Face. And yeah, this one's also really tragic and sad and suspenseful and all that. There's a really sweet one, something the Grey Ghost, that is about a show. The premise is that there was a show that was on television when Bruce was a child, titled The Grey Ghost. And it's basically about a masked vigilante whose costume is a little closer to Zorro's, you know, to bridge that gap. And I believe, like, some shenanigans ensue, and I think in the end, Batman teams up with the actor who used to portray the Grey Ghost, but that guy is in costume and kind of helping him solve a case. I don't know exactly how it plays out, but I believe the Grey Ghost is voiced by Adam West, who played Batman in the live-action show in the 60s. So that's just a really nice nod to that classic show. And yeah, it's also one of those rare glimpses, because the animated series never really does the whole this is how Batman became Batman. The theatrical movie kinda went into it a little bit, but they never showed, or maybe in some kind of flashback, nightmare or whatever, show the classic crime alley scene where the Waynes are killed. Probably figures into probably comes up somewhere, but by and large, the show is very in media res. Batman is already Batman in episode 1, and that's that. And honestly, I would really like to see a couple of movies that kind of like the MCU Spidey movies just go, yeah, you know how Spider-Man got his powers, more or less, and no need to... oh shit. No need to devote half a movie to that again. And I wish Batman movies would take a page out of that playbook, because it just works. Everyone knows how Batman became Batman. And it's kind of similar with Superman. With some superheroes, you really don't have to do the whole origin dance. But that's also what makes the whole Grey Ghost story neat, because it gives you a brief glimpse into something from Bruce's childhood that he really liked before his life went to shit. And that's very rare in pretty much all Batman media, that we get to see what Bruce's life was like before his parents died. Harvey, you wanna come down here? Let's discuss. Oh, now the entire thing is vulnerable. Okay. In terms of set pieces, this game is really strong. Oh, good grief. Shouldn't we save him? No? Okay. But I don't have to save you. Which may be my least favorite line in any Batman movie. I mean, look at this. How they're doing this on the little bit itty bitty Sega Genesis. Its use of perspective is so cool. Especially since it gives it conveys a really nice sense of scale, which you know, which you kind of want if you have something set in Gotham City. I feel some damage and healing sound effects. If they wouldn't mess with the overall soundscape, I think that would help. Sometimes I really don't. Okay, there are very subtle sounds. Is this just the obligatory vehicle section? Because it feels very much like, oh yeah, here's every somewhat memorable airborne threat from the show. We have little Joker planes, little Joker biplanes, and the variations of that weird attack helicopter that Penguin steals that one time, and the bigger biplane from I guess that episode where Joker steals a nuke. He steals it from an underworld auction, which I always found kinda unsporting. No honor among thieves and all that. Yeah, this is also one of the better Harley episodes, where the idea is basically, yeah, Joker has a nuke and he's threatening Gotham. We should really get Harley Quinn to help us find him. And yeah, there are complications along the way, but she basically does help him, and in the end she's also the one who takes down Joker, because what about the babies? By babies, she means the hyenas. And of course, Joker doesn't give a fuck about the hyenas. Okay, I guess this is the boss. If I had to nitpick, making the energy bar of the boss this countdown on top, it doesn't really scan as such. Like you would be forgiven to think, oh wait, no, what is this? Is this a time countdown? Is it ticking down? Do I have to beat the boss within the timer? Like some games will have you do. Like Radiant Silvergun. And even then it doesn't really scan super well, and good lord. I do feel the bosses could do with half of the health in terms of the experience that it is to confront them. Really? We're not done? You know, there's plenty of situations in this game where your projectiles don't necessarily feel all that powerful. And but in the side-scrolling segments, well, the side-scrolling beat-em-up segments, you can still walk over there and punch someone, and the punches do feel powerful. Here you're just kind of relegated to your pea shooter, and I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I need to repeatedly pick up the same color, but I don't know. To make an individual weapon more powerful, I have no idea. And you probably lose it anyway when you die, and you die frequently in this game. Good grief. Fringe benefit of playing with cheats, my gamepad just ran out of battery. But I have all the time in the world now, it seems, to put the charger on. There we are, back in business. Is Batman fighting the entire Air Force? What? The thing is, there was not even like a chapter introduction. We have no context for why we are suddenly this. I guess we have to take this one down. I do appreciate the graphical fidelity, like the clouds and everything, it looks all really, really good. This is just bone-ass boring. Like, even if I was... Like, if I was playing within the constraints of this game, it would be absolutely punishing. But this sequence has so radically outstated its welcome. I'm tempted to just hold down the fast forward button. But I wanna be mindful of everyone's you know, I don't want to send anyone into epileptic shock. Although I probably couldn't do that on a 30... on a 30 FPS stream. I would hope so. Can we now please do something? Who are we even fighting? Is that gonna be explained? Or did someone just cram their ideas for a Gradius type shooter into this project because they had a few max left on the cartridge? I've also figured out why this kind of feels bad to control. Or the overall gameplay experience is not as fun. For one thing, you can't just punch someone when they start annoying you, but also your shots really contrast badly in front of the background, and that's a cardinal sin in this genre. You need to know where you're shooting with some precision. God, it's another one of those. And one of those. Why would you combine them? I mean, I know why, but still. Hello, Succulent Club. How are you? God, this sequence honks. It honks so hard. Remember Batman the Animated Series? Remember that episode that was just Bruce flying on a hang glider? Throwing batarangs at shit? Without any context or rhyme or reason? Hi. Very, very tired. I'm glad you still stopped by. Yeah, no, I'm good. Other than terminally bored by this sequence because it's just... It doesn't feel very good to play. I have a feeling that the people who made this sequence didn't quite understand the genre that they were going for. Like, they had played other games of that kind, but kinda missed a few crucial lessons. Like, for one thing, I'm getting absolutely no feedback on how I hit, whether or not I hit that thing. I think there may be some minor graphical effects, but basically, yeah, it's not telling me anything. Oh, now something's happening. What is that? Why is that? Again, no context. I guess that's the primary enemy. Again, with way too much health. guess the smart and prudent way would be to take down all the ads, but honestly, I can't be asked. Why is it still going on? Another one! Okay, fuck this. I need... one hit kills. I'll just keep this on for the rest of the level. I like how we have this massive hitbox, but so much health. We simply don't get to pick up for some reason. Wait, this was not even level 3, what we just went through. Again, the music in this game fucking bangs. Oh, come on. Really? I would be in a much better mood if this weird flying level had simply not existed. If we had gone straight from the two-phase fight to this. Because action-wise, this is way cooler. Oh god, it just keeps going. No, it's tiny... What are they even? Garden gnomes? Guess the idea is that it's toys? Which is odd, because... the guy we're fighting is more about mind control rather than weird gadgets or anything. I mean, they could be mind-controlled babies, but let's just not go there. Oh, it's a kitty. I think if you play this with 2 players, each can take a different character. Remember when I was complaining in the last level that some better damage indicators would be nice? In this one it's a little too much, because having the whole damn sprite flash is... whoa. Like, if your eyes are easily stressed, look away for a bit. But goddamn, in terms of just how big this thing feels and threatening. Oh, and now it has laser eyes, because what could make it more terrifying? Oh, this is pretty cool. What now? Oh god. Like that they just showed us this horrible thing. And now we're in Wonderland. We're all mad here. And there's bottomless pits. And exploding bunnies. And bottomless pits. Well, the moveset is 2 buttons and a prayer. Could be bunnies. That flower has no chill. Yeah, at least they had a good sense to not charge your full life whenever you fall down into the nebulous abyss of this movie studio. But Batman, couldn't we just walk down on the floor of the studio and get to Mad Hatter much faster? No, we have to indulge his paranoid delusions. For reasons. Oh, good grief. Are they just recharging their chains off screen perpetually? Sure. Could you stop drilling into my ear canal? Oh, come on. What? What? Has the game just given up on us? This was all just the lead up to a giant Tweedledee robot. Yeah, no worries. I get it completely. This game way overdoes that. Have a good one. Would anyone fault me if I... Like, if this is the moveset? Would anyone fault me if I expedited things a little bit? Okay. Those sure were some good drugs that that the Mad Hatter put into her tea. Still not quite sure what this whole discharge bar is supposed to be. Like, if I don't fire for a little bit, it charges up for one measly shot that does maybe more damage. Who knows? It seems poorly thought out. It's kind of a backwards way of the way Mega Man charges his shots in a more passive way. But as such, you also get less control over it, and I don't know. Christ. There's nothing interesting going on here. It's not even one of the better music tracks. The background effect is impressive, but it's also completely unhinged, or, you know, out of touch with anything. With anything as it pertains to the game. I need a break. I wanna keep playing, and I might just fast forward through this level while on break, but yeah, I need... What was that? Was that just a drop? Game audio is quite low compared to my voice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway. Anyway, this level is terrible and repetitive, and actually, let's just do this. Oh, we're near the end. Trying to make the combat a little more interesting. Also, there are weapon levels. Let's see. Not that there was any indication for that. I do appreciate the little caricatures of Batman and Robin in the background. Batman, killed by Teapot. The tragedy of it all. Too much sugar is bad for your health, kids. Okay, I will say this. This game is like one redesign pass away from being really fucking great. But they should have cut out so much fat and redundant stuff. Like this, look at this background, this is terrific. Like, holy shit. Wow. Like, some of those tricks belong on a gothic dance floor. It's so sick. And this perspective effect and everything. This is a really good boss fight, but I should have been here 50 minutes ago. And I guess that's something the other game for the Super Nintendo understood. It had pretty good pacing in terms of it had pretty good pacing across pretty much all the levels. I wonder how they even managed to do this. Also really long mixes. Okay. Curses, Batman! Foiled again! Snow in July. Oh. That was actually not the game, but my controller acting up. Can I get even more of that weapon, mysterious weapon power? Oh, they're color coded, so I'm supposed to attack them with I guess similar means. Batman comes in, just shoots a bunch of scientists. I have a feeling that due to the unforgiving nature of the game, I've played a very different game than what's happening right now with me just keeping the power-ups and being a little strategic about what I pick up. Please don't do this thing again where you are iterating through just about any possible combination of enemies with slightly... Oh, okay. This level was actually kinda brief. And we have a flying section. Good grief. Whew. Oh. Wait. I take it this is the final boss, so let's not do this one. That's a very big freeze ray you have there. And it's aimed at the city. Okay, so far be it from me for criticizing the pacing of this game. I mean, I have, and I will. But well, technically this is an okay boss fight in terms of what you have to do and what you're up against. I think it pales, in terms of the spectacle, it really pales in comparison to the Mad Hatter fight. So I'm not sure how you would make... Oh, I like how he's hanging in there, literally. But yeah, in terms of the spectacle, the Mad Hatter fight was kinda stronger. In a freezing cell in Arkham Asylum, as the guard routinely looks through the peephole at Arkham's latest guest, a deep chill courses through his body. Bathed in the moonlight, the figure concentrates on the city entombed in crystal, oblivious to the guard's presence. The guard raps on the door, waits a moment, and then starts to slide the peephole cover back to its shut position. The lack of response does not surprise him. The patient has not moved or spoken a word since his arrival. The guard, taken aback, quickly reopens the peephole to respond to the low voice emanating from the cell. I would like to send a message to Batman, the voice continues, shaking the crystal violently to create a blizzard over the miniature city. This kind of feels like it would be... Revenge is a dish best served chilled. And with that, the halls of Arkham Asylum echo once again with screams of insanity and the mad laughter of one particular prankster. Weird bookend. And that's it, huh? No credits? Okay. That should do it for today. I'm glad we still managed to finish this. But I also... also found the last game a little exhausting, both on the senses and just due to sheer repetition. I will say this is a game that had a lot of potential. Some of it was squandered. And some of it they they managed to make good on, and yeah, I quite enjoyed this. The Sega CD thing was hot garbage again, and I'd like to play a couple Sega CD games that are actually good, and yeah, but that will have to wait for the future. Next time we're gonna be diving into some bad games, because we're entering a period where there weren't really any Batman games that were any good. And yeah, it's gonna be dire. We're starting with Batman Forever, and it's just gonna go down from there. That's gonna be on Friday. And with that said, thank you all for watching. Whether you were chatting or lurking, I appreciate all of you. If you'd like to support the stream further, please consider hitting that follow button. I also have a Ko-fi that you can find in the stream description, and you can find me on Twitter and Mastodon as well. Any feedback or game suggestions are always welcome. Like I said, I'll be back on Friday with more Batman games. Until then, take care of yourself and the people around you. Wear a mask, and if you're going outside. And yeah, remember, revenge is a dish best served chilled, I guess. Until next time, goodbye.